The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Brown. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and this opportunity to serve you in this capacity and in this House chamber. You brought each of us here for a specific purpose. Help us to understand and obey your calling. We come from different backgrounds and perspectives, and together create a very unique understanding of your purpose for us. Give us wisdom to understand both you and each other. Give us piety to express our beliefs. Give us respect to show each other when we disagree. Ultimately, dear Lord, help us to work for the ultimate good of our constituents and not ourselves. That we can make Pennsylvania a state that leads the country with our growth, our care for our most vulnerable populations, and our respect for you. Amen.
I pledge allegiance Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats without objection. The approval of the journal from Tuesday, June 23, 2026 will be postponed until printed. The House will come to order. If you can take your seats, we have some special guests to acknowledge. Our colleague who serves her neighbors in Berks County, Representative Cepeda, has some special guests in the gallery. This morning, we're joined by Mason McElroy. He is the Vice President of Clubhouse Living, that is a nonprofit day center that empowers our neighbors that have intellectual disabilities and autism by connecting them with purpose and community. Mason, where are you? Thank you for your work back home. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Frankel, has a special guest all the way from his district in Allegheny County. This morning, we welcome Assistant Professor Daphne Ippolito, who is from Carnegie Mellon and is studying neural language models. Would this professor please stand? Thank you for your studies and your work back home. Our colleague, who serves his neighbors in Cambria County, Representative Burns has his legislative summer intern here. This morning, we're joined by Parker Lutz, who just graduated from St. Francis with a political science degree and who will be going to Penn State this fall to get his master's in public policy. Parker, welcome to the floor of the House. Thank you for your work. Representative Young, who serves both Delaware and Philadelphia counties, has her legislative interns here. We are joined this morning by Asante Johnson, who is studying at Morehouse, studying computer science. And we also have Bashir Randall, who is a student at Lincoln University studying criminal justice. Thank you for the work you all will do this summer. Welcome. Representative Prokopiak, who serves Bucks County, has his constituent service advisor, Holly Price, here in the gallery, along with his legislative intern, Brian Peters, a student from St. Joe's studying history and political science. Holly and Brian, welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Sanchez, who serves Montgomery County, has Mackenzie Tomlin, a student at Moravian University, Ava Peltzer, a student at James Madison University, and Jolene Fry, a student from Lehigh University, who will be working with him this summer in Mako. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Nelson, also from Montgomery County, has his legislative interns, Isaiah Brooks, a student from Morehouse College studying sociology, along with Zavana Ivaninik, who's a student at George Washington studying political science. Students, welcome to the floor of the House. Finally, this morning, thanks to the connectivity of our colleague in Philadelphia, Representative Carroll, we have on the floor the 2026 Juneteenth Pageant Royal Court. They are part of Pennsylvania's Juneteenth initiative, and they were just crowned on June the 6th, 2026, at the Salvation Army Kroc Center in Philadelphia. The court has youth leaders who are advocates in the community and participate in cultural events across Philadelphia. These young leaders earn scholarships and they are active representatives with youth mentorship. They represent cultural excellence. The Royal Court and pageant contestants were in the Philadelphia Juneteenth Parade and Festival just last Sunday, held in West Philadelphia, and we are so excited to welcome them. We have first up Miss Juneteenth PA, Cameron Knight Branch, and second up, Junior Miss Juneteenth PA, Aubrey Bronson. Congratulations. These ladies are joined with their parents. We have Renisha Knight and Jade Robinson. Moms, thank you for your hard work. Welcome to the floor of the House. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. The members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair recognizes Representative Kulik, Chair of the Committee on Game and Fisheries, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2690, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 1313, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2645, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 604, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 1240, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 570, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 571, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 572, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 573, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 574, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 575, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 577, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 578, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals June 24th, 2026. Senate Bill 1377 to Transportation.
The chair recognizes Representative McNeil, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, who reports the following bills. House Bill 151, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2490, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2492, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2527, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative McNeil, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, who report the following resolution. House Resolution 525, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1344. With the information the Senate has passed the same without amendment.
The chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor. And the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1344, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, the Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, the Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will also be caucusing at 1 p.m. and plan to return to the House floor at 2 p.m. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee upon the break in the Majority Caucus Room.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative DeLoso, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to announce that immediately upon the break, Thank you, Madam Speaker. Immediately at the break, the Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations Committee shall meet in room 523, Irvis Office Building, to handle all business as called by the chair. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Warren, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Insurance Committee will meet at 12 o'clock in room B31, Main Capitol, to vote on House Bill 2226, House Bill 2652, House Bill 2653, Senate Bill 1210, House Bill 2649, and any other business that may come before the committee. That's noon in B31. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please be advised of an imminent Appropriations Committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 2:00 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2 o'clock having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair grants permission to Joe Hermit with Penn Live to take still photography for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. Chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2162, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2388, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2437, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2496, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2555, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2621, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2650, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1006, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2014, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2037, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2198, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2512, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2559, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2644, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Deloso, Chair of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 515, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Attention to the members, we have guests to recognize. In the gallery, Representative Eric Nelson of the 57th District in Westmoreland County welcomes his District Office Director, Maria Beedling, to the Capitol today. She served the caucus for more than 18 years and continues to serve. Thanks for all you do back in the district, and welcome to the Capitol, Maria.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 537, printer number 3443 on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of September 21st through September 27th, 2026 as Rail Safety Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? On the resolution, the clerk will record the record. On the resolution, the ayes are 199 and the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 449, printers number 3045 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing September 11, 2026 as 25th anniversary of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, day in Pennsylvania in memory of the civilians and emergency and armed forces personnel who lost their lives in the attacks. Introduced by Representative Shuren.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Members, before we recognize the maker of the resolution, she deserves to be heard. This is a solemn resolution for a very important date in our history. Members will please take your seats, clear the aisles. Take conversations off the floor. Chair thanks the members. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Montgomery, Representative Shuren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 25th anniversary of 9/11. How is it possible that many years have passed so quickly? It's an extremely difficult topic to discuss and one that I know we all take very seriously. I realize some members in this chamber were just children when the attack happened. But I am someone that easily recalls where I was at 8:46 a.m. that day when the first plane struck the North Tower. The sheer panic and shock that ensued was terrifying. We were glued to our TVs and we watched the events unfold in real time. Unfortunately, that included people jumping to their deaths from the 93rd and the 110th floors in order to avoid being burned alive. I am someone that lost friends, had friends who lost a sibling or a parent, all working in the Twin Towers on 9/11. I will never forget the devastation, the heartache, and all the funerals from 25 years ago. We lost 3,000 people that day and many more through the years resulting from related injuries, illness, and disease. When Al-Qaeda terrorists targeted the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and our airlines, the victims included everyday civilians, members of our military, law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency service workers, airline passengers, and crew members. Our nation was deeply wounded, and the monumental loss affected everyone: colleagues, neighbors, strangers. We're hugging one another, trying to make sense of it all. We frantically called loved ones just to hear their voice in case the attacks continued all around the U.S., eventually affecting our individual families. It was difficult to think rationally, trying to comprehend what was happening to the most powerful nation in the world. Our lives changed in an instant that day, and security measures would never be the same again. By recognizing the 25th anniversary of this horrific event, we remind our Commonwealth that unity and resilience are very powerful in the face of adversity, that the home of the brave was never more evident as we watched first responders run towards the fire to save just one more life. The victims and heroes from that day will never be forgotten. I thank you for allowing me to recognize one of the toughest days in our nation's history. And I ask all my colleagues to bow their heads, to take just a moment to remember, to honor, and to pray for all the souls that perished that day so unexpectedly. May God continue to hold all of them and their loved ones in the palm of his hand. And may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 202, the nays 0. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 568, printers number 3605 on page 7 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating June 23, 2026 as Dravet Syndrome Awareness Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative McAndrew.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution, suspend. Sorry. Reminder to the members, please use the call button on your desk so the speaker can be aware if you would like to speak. On the question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the resolution, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative McAndrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dravet syndrome affects 20,000 people nationwide and is a temperature-sensitive seizure that's characterized through a genetic disorder. There's a lot of people that unfortunately pass away from this, 15 to 20% mortality rate and sudden unexpected death. It's something that we need to build awareness on. It's something that we need to be able to show support for. So I'm asking for a yes vote on today's resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1006, printers number 1093 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for milk tester and weigher sampler certification periods.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2014, printers number 3557 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides ensuring opportunities for minors and emergency service organizations.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2512, printers number 3399 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits rideshare companies from setting prices according to your device's condition, such as battery life, the number of wireless connections, and the age of the device.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2644, printers number 3625 on page 3 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides legislation authorization for itemized capital bridge projects throughout the Commonwealth that may be funded through debt or current revenues.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1058, printers number 1270 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill updates the reference to E85 or flex fuel, the definition of alternative fuels, to align it more closely to federal international standards.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2037, printers number 3579 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. H, is that A or H? Supplemental calendar A for the record. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits cryptocurrency corruption.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Waxman offers Amendment A03882. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, prime sponsor of the underlying bill, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment narrows the bill to only apply to public officials and their immediate family members. It was really something we developed with input from the House Republicans on the committee, and we appreciate their input on this to try to kind of narrow the bill and make it a little bit easier to digest. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 124, the nays 78. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Marcel offers Amendment A03892. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Marcel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising today to speak about my amendment to HB 2037. It would simply amend the underlying bill so that a public official may not direct, contribute, or donate any digital asset to Hamas or Hezbollah or to any other entity advocating against the existence, security, or Jewish identity of the State of Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman, the majority whip, Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise to make a motion.
Gentleman's in order, may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I motion table Amendment A03892 pursuant to Rule 59.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Schlossberg moves that Amendment A03892 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate the spirit in which this amendment is intended, as well as recognize, on a deeply personal level, the dangers that the rising anti-Semitism presents to this country. However, it is clear that extremism and terrorism in every form is on the rise. There is no question that we agree with the maker of the amendment and applaud her intent. However, what is missing from this amendment is a broader conversation about the dangers of extremism, racism, and anti-democratic forces that exist across the entire political spectrum, not merely concentrated on anti-Semitism. As someone who has, on a very deeply and personal level, been victimized by rising anti-Semitism, I cannot tell you how much conversations like this frustrate me, because we concentrate in a very narrow way on a conversation about anti-Semitism while also ignoring the unquestioned and unmitigated dangers that other evils like anti-Semitism face. And while this amendment is well-intended, it is simply too narrow. Furthermore, policy like this is already covered by federal law, and it is for those two reasons that I ask that we vote to table this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, the chair recognizes the minority leader, the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those arguments sound like a good reason to vote against an amendment, not a good reason to not debate it at all. If we're going to have a broader conversation on this issue, then we need to have a conversation at all, which the motion to table will eliminate. I strongly oppose the motion to table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. The clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays 100. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. Representative Krupa offers Amendment A03893. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not addressing a hypothetical concern. It addresses a situation that recently occurred and should not occur again. More than $1 million in taxpayer-funded security improvements were made to Governor Shapiro's private residence. The Attorney General's office subsequently found that there had been an absence of proper procurement procedures and approved payment only on a one-time basis because the contractors had already completed the work in good faith. The Attorney General further stated that a legislative appropriation would have been the quickest and cleanest solution and that future situations should be addressed through legislation. That is exactly what this amendment does. It provides a clear rule that taxpayer dollars cannot be used for the improvement, maintenance, or physical protection of a public official's private residence. If the Commonwealth believes such expenditures are necessary in the future, then those expenditures should come before the people's elected representatives for authorization, not be undertaken first and justified later. It's a clear-cut ethics violation. For these reasons, I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a not agreed to amendment. It really has absolutely nothing to do with the substance of the bill, and I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Of all the members voted, clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101 and the nays 101. The amendment fails. Representative Krupa offers Amendment A03894. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 3894. This amendment is about transparency and accountability. Over the last several years, questions have been raised regarding Governor Shapiro's extensive use of taxpayer-funded aircraft. Public reporting found that taxpayers spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on flights for the governor. Some travel conducted on state police aircraft was not subject to the same public disclosure requirements as flights on PennDOT aircraft. Following scrutiny from lawmakers and media, the administration announced that it would begin publicly disclosing the governor's use of the state aircraft. But that development proves the point of this amendment. This amendment does not prohibit travel. It does not prohibit the governor, cabinet official, or employee from carrying out their duties. It simply requires that when state-owned or state-leased aircraft are used, the itinerary and expense are disclosed to the public. Taxpayers paid for the aircraft, taxpayers paid for the fuel, taxpayers paid for the pilots. Taxpayers deserve to know where those aircraft are going and what those trips cost. Transparency should not depend on investigative reporting, right-to-know requests, or public controversy. It should be the law. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlelady. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not an agreed-to amendment, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays 101. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2198, printers number 2889 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill repeals the sales and use tax exemption for computer data center equipment.
The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. Amendment A03895, Amendment A03905. The chair rules the following amendments out of order as they are previously defeated amendment pursuant to House Rule 26, Amendment A03898. Representative Pugh offers Amendment A03886. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Luzerne, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this. This amendment is so easy. Every small business owner across the state of Pennsylvania has to pay for the tools that they use to do their job. I think it's only right that the data centers pay for the tools that they need to do their job. I really would respect an affirmative vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlelady. And on that question, chair recognizes prime sponsor of the legislation, gentleman from Delaware, Representative Vitelli.
Yeah, so to be clear, it's my understanding that the Pugh Amendment changes the effective date of this act from 60 days to immediately. I spoke with the Department of, my office spoke with the Department of Revenue this morning. They are neutral on it. I have no opposition to it, so I'll be voting in the affirmative.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 195, the nays 7. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Kephart offers amendment A03904. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment that would ban KOZs being used for data centers, which is a 10-year property tax-free zone. I don't think that is a wise idea, so I ask for support for my amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Vitelli.
I think the Kephart amendment is in keeping with the general spirit of the bill in chief, so I will be supporting it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? On the amendment, the ayes are 201. Strike that. Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2559, printers number 3648 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for Millersville University conveyance with the inclusion of other conveyances.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. Amendment A 03858, Amendment A 03859. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2162, printers number 3680 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows drug manufacturers to receive licenses prior to FDA product approval.
Borowski. This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware. Prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pennsylvania's biotech sector is growing at record speed, with strong employment gains, high research and development investment, and a concentration of innovation in pharmaceuticals and research labs. Under the governor, Pennsylvania has attracted over $40.4 billion in private sector investment, creating over 22,000 jobs. But in the face of all this success, we can still be doing more to encourage strategic investment, which will continue to position our Commonwealth as a top-tier biotech hub in the U.S. Mr. Speaker, the legislation we can consider today helps to further growth and innovation by allowing pharmaceutical manufacturers seeking to put down roots in our Commonwealth an easier path forward. This legislation was born out of a pharmaceutical factory tour organized by the Competitiveness Caucus, the bicameral bipartisan caucus chaired here in the House by my colleague from Chester County, Representative Friel. Brought forth the regulatory barriers they have faced in bringing products to market here in the Commonwealth, and how existing red tape has discouraged them from selecting Pennsylvania as their home state for licensing and operations. House Bill 2162 allows manufacturers to obtain a temporary home state license here in Pennsylvania concurrently while seeking FDA approval. This will cut down on the lag time between approval and bringing products to market. In many other states, this is a standard practice. This small change will support companies that want to do business in Pennsylvania and will bolster our position as a hub for medical and biotech innovation. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Friel, and the gentleman from Cumberland County, Representative Kutz, for joining me in developing this legislation. Thank you to our Health Committee chairs, Frankel and Rapp, and the Health Committee staff for helping to refine the legislation. I thank you all for your consideration of House Bill 2162 and kindly ask for a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Cumberland, Representative Kutz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 2162. Mr. Speaker, as we embark to make Pennsylvania more competitive for businesses, we are embarking to remove obstacles to opportunity, to allow for these businesses to come in, to thrive, to innovate. That's only possible by reducing the red tape. And it is amazing what can be achieved when you're willing to go to a region that's not your own and talk to members you don't normally talk to and work together to get things done for the common good of all people. I want to sincerely thank the prime sponsor of the bill, the chairman of the Competitiveness Caucus, Representative Friel, Representative Borowski, for your collaborative work on this, and I look forward to supporting this bill and urge an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Kale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would rise also to support this bill, HB 2162. It is a small fix that can make a big difference. And what's also big about this bill is it shows what we can do when we work together. As a co-chair of the Bipartisan Competitive Caucus, I'm proud to work with my co-chair, Representative Friel, and the prime sponsor of this bill to get good legislation done. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Ms. Allie Kutz, who really helped us through this process as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2388, printers number 3681 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for rounding of certain payment sums paid by a physical legal tender.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin. Prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll keep this brief. My good friends, this is an issue that was brought to me by my treasurer over in Cumberland County, my partner in government, who brought this important issue to my attention. You know, as the federal government phases out the penny, they stopped production last fall, it puts a lot of our local tax collectors, our treasurer's offices, and even our business community in a pickle. And they need to make a choice. And so this bill provides clarity on how you deal with giving exact change for a cash transaction if you don't have the pennies in the drawer. So it's a very simple idea. If you have the pennies, you give the exact change, and if you don't, you simply round up or down to the nearest nickel. I ask my friends for an affirmative vote, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 187, the nays 15. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2437, printers number 3247 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill lists restrictions on county and municipal bridge repair funds.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin, Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is Cumberland County Day here in the Capitol building. This is the second of two pieces of legislation before us today that were brought to me by my good friends in the Cumberland County Courthouse. This simply allows counties to access funds that are set aside via the Act 13 Marcellus Shale Fund to do preventative maintenance on county-owned bridges. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Delosier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill, whenever we've talked about infrastructure within our Commonwealth and our roads, they are heavily traveled, heavily used, and they need to remain safe. In order to do so, we need to be able to provide and allow our counties, as well as PennDOT, some flexibility in the ability to fix these bridges and do it at a timely manner and not wait until they are ready to fall down. We need to make sure that we have that flexibility, and this would allow that to do that. I appreciate working with Representative Davidson to be able to get something through, to be able to allow the accommodation for our infrastructure. I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 2437. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, too, and I just want to thank our natural gas and oil industry for supporting our Commonwealth. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays 0, the majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2496. Printers number 3682 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for pause on data center proposals.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Friel.
I rise today in support of this legislation because our communities deserve a voice in the decisions that will shape the future of their communities for decades to come. Across Pennsylvania, municipalities are facing proposals for large-scale data center developments, unlike anything many of these local governments have encountered before. These facilities can have significant impacts on land use, water resources, energy infrastructure, public services, and the characters of the communities in which they're located. Yet many municipalities do not currently have zoning ordinances or the planning tools that adequately address these unique facilities, and this bill is about protecting that local control. It is about ensuring that local decisions affecting our neighborhoods are made thoughtfully, transparently, and with meaningful input from the residents who will have to live with the consequences. Local officials are not asking for Washington or Harrisburg to make these decisions. They are asking for the time and the authority to make these important decisions themselves. A temporary pause gives municipalities the opportunity to review their ordinances, to evaluate potential impacts, to engage their residents, and to establish clear standards before major projects move forward. Without that opportunity, communities risk being forced to be reactive after the fact, rather than plan accordingly and responsibly in advance. Good governance is about planning. Its responsible development requires planning, and protecting the interests of our residents requires careful planning. This legislation recognizes that local governments deserve the chance to do their jobs and that communities deserve a seat at the table when decisions of this magnitude are made. At its core, this bill is about both preserving that local authority
and protecting our communities, ensuring that our residents and that the growth of these data centers do not outpace municipalities' ability to manage it. So I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support House Bill 2496. As a co-sponsor of this bill, you know, I look at data centers and they are moving way too fast. And it is without adequate opportunity for local communities to provide their input. And they are the very people who need to be making the decisions about their communities, about what they want, what they do not want, and all throughout their own communities. I am pleased to support this bill because it puts local control of our communities and puts a 180-day pause, which is a cool-down period, if you will, which would enable our local communities, like the boroughs, municipalities, to get their local ordinances, their local zoning, all the things that they look at to their community people to make a community better and get their feedback. This bill is good government, this bill is good bipartisan policy, and it restores power to the people and to our local communities. Please vote for House Bill 2496.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Scott.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of House Bill 2496, a bill that solidifies our commitment to allowing local municipalities to control what is built in their neighborhoods. Over the last several months, I've done what all of us do in this building. I've gotten out of this building, met with constituents, attended local meetings, and listened to the concerns of the people I serve. And one issue that continues to rise to the top of those conversations is data centers. Not because people oppose technology, not because people oppose jobs, but because they want a voice into decisions that will impact their communities for generations. The Pennsylvania Constitution declares that the people have a right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of our environment. We have a responsibility to honor that promise. In every municipality that I serve, local officials have asked me for help navigating the influx of data center applications. They need guidance, they need resources, but more importantly, they need time. Because while these applications are backed by developers with millions of dollars and corporations worth billions, our local council members and supervisors are our neighbors, volunteering their time in public service while balancing jobs and family responsibilities. They don't have teams of lawyers, they don't have teams of consultants, and they need breathing room. Some constituents have asked me to support a statewide moratorium on data centers. I understand those concerns, but the reality is that such a moratorium is neither constitutionally sound or legally feasible. Data centers are already here. The question is not whether they will come. The question is whether local communities will have the tools they need to manage that growth responsibly. House Bill 2496 provides that tools. It gives municipalities the option of a temporary 180-day pause so they can research, engage residents, draft ordinances, and make informed decisions about what belongs in our communities. Will this solve every problem? No, but this is meaningful action. It is responsive government, and it's exactly what our local officials have been asking for. The House has already acted in numerous pieces of legislation to establish additional guardrails and accountabilities. Those bills now await in the Senate. Today we have another opportunity to stand with our communities, to stand for local control, to stand for clean air and pure water, to stand with the people who sent us here. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 2496, and I urge our colleagues in the Senate to continue this work and give our communities the tools they need to deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank the gentleman from Montgomery. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 2496. Pennsylvania is standing at the doorstep of the next industrial revolution. Before we throw that door wide open, we need to make certain that local communities have had the opportunity to understand and weigh the consequences. Artificial intelligence is changing the world faster than almost any technology in modern history. We must pause and ask, at what cost? Massive data centers requiring hundreds of acres of land enormous amounts of electricity, and tremendous demands on local infrastructure. Across our Commonwealth, communities are only beginning to understand what these projects could mean for their farms, neighborhoods, open spaces, electric grid, water resources, and quality of life. Meanwhile, municipalities are being asked to make immediate zoning decisions before they have the information necessary to fully evaluate the long-term impacts. This legislation does not ban data centers. It does not stop innovation. It does not prevent economic development. What the bill does do is provide a temporary pause so communities can gather the facts, ask the hard questions, and make informed decisions before irreversible changes occur. As legislators, we have a responsibility to ensure that technological progress does not outrun public understanding and local planning. Pennsylvanians deserve transparency, local input, and thoughtful consideration, not a rushed process driven by pressures from outside interests. Let's take the time to get this right. I want to thank the prime sponsor of the bill. I think that it's extremely refreshing to see the bipartisan attention given to the data centers, and I think that that's a testament to what an important issue this is to all of our constituents. I respectfully request an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we consider House Bill 2496, and I want to thank the good gentleman for bringing the bill before us. As an advocate for local control, empowering our municipal governments is something that I've continued to fight for from coming to this chamber. Mr. Speaker, history is filled with lessons where government has responded to an overwhelmingly popular position. And we here in the House of Representatives are here to do just that, represent. Mr. Speaker, in my district, a majority of my constituents want to see this type of local control reinforced. And I will be supporting House Bill 2496 today. However, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues to send the same message back to their districts, to their municipal officials, that they take the opportunity during these potentially enacted moratoriums to educate themselves on the issue and not make policy based on misinformation or populist mindset. Mr. Speaker, as an Asian American, internment camps after World War II Pearl Harbor attacks were majoritarily popular within the public. Within southern states, state governments enacted segregation laws during the Jim Crow era. Mr. Speaker, I'm not suggesting that House Bill 2496 is the equivalent of either of those things, but I'm using them as polarizing examples to showcase that just because something is popular without the appropriate amount of research, without the accurate amount of insight, there are pitfalls that can occur in government. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, as I rise in support of House Bill 2496, I implore our local, municipal, and county governments to ensure that their decisions are based on accurate information, real facts, and not populist mob mentality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Kuzma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aside from serving as a member of this House, I also serve as a zoning solicitor for 5 municipalities back home in Allegheny County and Washington County, and I thought that it would be helpful when it comes to the data center discussion to hear the perspective of a zoning solicitor. The way zoning works and the way zoning ordinances work, if a particular use is not outlined in a zoning ordinance, it is permitted as of right in any zoning district. Zoning exists because there's a place for everything, and everything belongs in its place. And there are things across our Commonwealth that are extremely important. Power plants, sewage plants, landfills, what have you. But they don't belong everywhere. They don't belong in residential neighborhoods. You would not want a power plant next to a daycare, and you would not want a landfill in a residential area. So as of now, whenever I look at the majority of the municipalities I represent in Allegheny County and Washington County, most of the zoning ordinances are out of date by decades. Some are as old as 50 years old, and 50 years ago, these data centers weren't even a consideration. So my municipalities back in Allegheny County and Washington County are at risk. As of right now, if an applicant were to appear before one of my zoning boards, it would be permitted in any zoning district as of right, because they are not addressed. So by giving municipalities 180 days to catch up, we're giving our local officials, our local elected officials, our zoning board members, our zoning solicitors, the ability to keep government closest to the people, especially where it belongs, and let our neighbors and our residents decide where they want these things. I will be voting in favor of House Bill 2496, and I'll be pushing in the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Northampton, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 2496. As many of my colleagues have already expressed their deep concern regarding the number and speed of data center development in Pennsylvania, I share those same sentiments. Just earlier this afternoon, on second consideration, I offered an amendment to establish a 2-year moratorium on data center development in Pennsylvania. And while I believe, even though that opportunity was denied a vote in the House, I believe that would have been more appropriate. However, given the opportunity to vote for a 6-month moratorium, I again stand in support of House Bill 2496 and ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2555, printers number 3560, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for requirements for equines sold by dealer.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Montgomery, Representative Hanbidge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Bill 2555, legislation that strengthens safeguards for Pennsylvania's equine industry by improving documentation and traceability in horse sales. Pennsylvania's horse industry supports agriculture, recreation, tourism, entertainment, and thousands of jobs. Protecting the health and integrity of that industry is essential to our economy and the many families and businesses that depend on it. House Bill 2555 requires dealers to maintain records, including negative equine infectious anemia or Coggins tests, documentation of identifying marks such as tattoos, brands, microchips, certificates of veterinary inspection for horses entering Pennsylvania. These common sense requirements will improve traceability and help limit the spread of infectious disease, particularly in high traffic settings like horse auctions and dealer transactions. This legislation is especially timely given growing concerns about animal disease outbreaks and the importance of being able to quickly identify and track animals. Better records means stronger disease prevention, increased consumer confidence, and more transparent marketplaces for buyers and sellers alike. I also want to extend my sincere thanks to the outstanding staff of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Their expertise, hard work, commitment to Pennsylvania agriculture were invaluable in moving this bill forward. This bill is a practical step, and I hope that you will vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams, Representative Mao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the minority chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I can say that most reputable equine operations already do things like this. However, with the New World screwworm, which is very harmful to our agriculture community, any red-blooded four-legged animal, even ourselves, to be quite honest, is susceptible. To pass a bill like this is not only good, it's very important that we take care of our agriculture community. So as the minority chair, I also support this bill and ask for a positive vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 194, the nays 8. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Majority Leader calls up House Bill 2621, printers number 3634 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill directs the Department of Health to conduct a survey to assess maternal and infant outcome measures.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. Question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Chester, Representative Schusterman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll submit my comments for the record.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 190, the nays 12. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Majority Leader calls up House Bill 2650, printers number 3683 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates the Governor's Responsible Infrastructure Development Certification.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we've said a lot about data centers today and to the side about artificial intelligence, and talk about disruptive technology, right? In our communities, sometimes on our phones. I will tell you, I personally don't like it when AI finishes a sentence for me. It disrupts my thinking. And I know that's a small part of the problem here. But we also know it's everywhere, in our workplace, in our homes. I mentioned, finish a sentence for me, or whether it's my clothes dryer or my refrigerator that's listening to me. It's ubiquitous. It has more serious roles, and we know that, but it's here, and for us, it's hard to get our hands around. How do we manage for our local communities and give them the tools they need to be successful when there's a data center developer applying for that right? And so it's important to recognize the physical representation, the data centers themselves, where all of this technology and opportunity and disruption is occurring. Enormous structures with an enormous appetite for land, for energy, for water. Again, everywhere, in rural districts, in suburban districts, and in our cities. In this chamber, you also know that Pennsylvania currently provides a very thorough and complete sales use tax exemption for just about every item a data center developer needs to buy. Right now, with regard to data centers, and everyone knows this is the pushback, right? This is why it's so untenable. Here's the status. Data centers get all the perks, they get all the stuff for free, and our local municipalities carry the risk. So the question is, how do we right the ship and make sure development ongoing for Pennsylvania benefits Pennsylvanians? And at least part of that answer is GRID, House Bill 2650. Today's question on data centers is, what are we going to do? How do we get some control back for our local communities? So here is GRID. And I'll tell you, the key for me starts with measuring where we are now with regard to data centers and where we want to be, or maybe even more dramatically, where we should be. So I ask you to think about it that way. Start with where we are now and what's possible politically. Right now, the wealthiest companies on the planet get all the free stuff, and Pennsylvania's local municipalities carry all the risk. This bill changes that calculation a lot. GRID has strict and enforceable restrictions on energy use, so our residents don't pay the bills for the wealthiest companies on the planet. It has water and noise regulation. It provides an enforceable mechanism for community benefits and local jobs. And it cuts the tax giveaway from 25 years from essentially a lifetime pass. GRID cuts the tax giveaway from 25 years to 10 years. Combining this legislation with the package of bills we in this House have passed, awaiting attention in the Senate, this package of bills from the Pennsylvania House of Representatives creates a framework, a GRID, that's better economically for Pennsylvania, that creates transparency so we know all the players and all the plans, that's way better for our environment, that creates good-paying local jobs, that protects our residents from paying the energy bills for big business. Where we are now and where we can go. It's way better overall for our local municipalities, and it gives our local municipalities some tools to get data center development on a way better track. And for all those reasons, I ask you to support House Bill 2560. Thank you. 2650.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to support this bill simply because data centers should not be allowed to jack up prices for the middle class. They must be held accountable for the cost of their own energy, and it must be clean. This bill provides a framework for these companies to be able to be good citizens of our Commonwealth. This bill puts more restrictions on data centers and the data center development to ensure that our communities not the corporations, are protected, and that water and our air is protected, and that the data centers are held responsible for their own energy generation. Yes, if they want to make this energy, or they want to come in here to our state of Pennsylvania, they need to comply with making our communities better. And yes, if they want to come here, they need to make their own energy, not make you, the consumer, pay. Well, I'm disappointed that the bill does not include enough restrictions on the big corporation hyperscalers, and an amendment to lower the gas tax was shot down by the Democrat majority. I still support the underlying bill and think it is good policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. And I'll say right up front that I'm happy enough to extend a yes vote to this bill. But I want to remind you what GRID stands for. It's the Governor's Responsible Infrastructure Development Certification Standards written into the Tax Reform Code. The underlying basis of the bill is a sales tax. GRID, the Governor's plan, is an ornament hung onto the sales tax for data centers. And the maker of the bill is quite correct that the sales tax applies to all the equipment inside of a data center. Now what we do is say, if you want the benefit of that 6% small sales tax exclusion in your business model, you need to take care of an energy plan. And I want to correct something that was said yesterday on the floor, that this bill would require data centers to bring their own energy, and it's not true at all. It says build, bring, or buy incremental energy, and you can do it by way of contracting with Pennsylvania's Power, taking electricity right out from underneath you and me and the ratepayers of Pennsylvania. But you need to also have a community outreach plan, a community benefit plan, a sustainability plan, a water plan, all things that are actually great. And yet we're not taking care of that in a substantive bill. We're taking care of that by way of hanging an ornament onto a 6% sales tax. I just heard on the floor that the wealthiest companies on the planet are getting all the benefits. Now I want you to imagine that you're the CEO of one of the wealthiest companies on the planet. And the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania says, if you don't do these 19 things, you're not going to get a 6% sales tax exclusion from your costs. And my question for you is, why do they care? Why do they care? The wealthiest companies on the planet, as you just heard, companies that land rockets on the platform from which they took off, don't care about our sales tax plan. They will come right in and say, you can keep your 6% sales tax, and we're going to do exactly what we want to and tear up this agreement. We still have to handle each and every one of these issues in a substantive bill, in our energy code, in our PUC code, and it can't be hung on to a condition for getting 6% off of your costs. The largest companies are going to say you can take it and go somewhere else. I'm happy to give you a yes vote, but we didn't take care of business today. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mob mentality. That's what we're seeing right now. Mob mentality. Even the prime sponsor from Montgomery County, who I greatly respect, said disruptive thinking, right? As the devices in his home listen, adjust, as the devices in each of our hands listen, track, monitor, we all love the data that many of us are pretending to hate. Who do you want to control it? Our friends in China? Our friends in India? Venezuela? Or our friends in Maryland, Virginia, Ohio, and West Virginia? Because, as has stated multiple times in this chamber, These data centers are coming because all of us want to use the data. Is this nation going to control it, or is another nation going to control it? Where are they going to build? And when we pass legislation that targets an individual entity, right, a data center, requiring 32% of their power comes green, but giving them a back door to purchase nuclear power and take it off of grid from everybody else, and we all know it's in there, we're just all following this popular mentality. A bill that Harrisburg is going, that the government of Pennsylvania is going to require that an employer mandate, and I quote, pay annual compensation of at least $1.5 million to employees full-time at the project each year after the first year. It's in there. We know it. A precedent that government is going to mandate a salary payment for a private business and what it must do in order to be able to earn that business here in Pennsylvania. And we also heard a number of respected, intelligent people who've spent a lot of time on this bill, on the data center issue, and they openly agree. The big boys will ignore it, and the little ones will leave. And when they leave, what do they take? They take the man-hours of work that my children are going to rely on to be able to do it. They take the opportunity to co-locate power plants, which we all agree are a good thing, but that investment will leave. We already know our young people are leaving, and we're sitting on an announced $90 billion opportunity. At the same time, we cry when our children relocate to get work in other states. And it all rests right here in front of us. So I urge you to take a breath, right? Realize this investment and these decade of opportunity of work, millions of dollars to local school districts, counties already, townships in this state that are going to get a property tax reprieve, and it's already out there, and we all know it. Step back from this mob mentality and vote no. Keep the work here in Pennsylvania. Keep the technology here in America. And vote no to this bill, 2550. 2650. I should have had AI finish that for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need either a bigger carrot or a bigger stick here, because I'm looking up the revenue of some of the biggest hyperscaler developers in the world right now, and they throw around money equal to our state budget, annual budget, like it's chump change. Meta, $200 billion in revenue. Microsoft, $318 billion. Google, $422 billion last year. Apple, $416. Amazon, $716 billion. I just don't think tying some of these necessary guardrails to prevent unwanted or harmful data center development to a 6% gift tax exemption is motivating to these people. I don't see how it would be. I think we're in over our head with these guys. I don't see how anything that we may wave in front of their nose, 6% on the equipment of a project, is going to deter them. Like, come on, if we're trying to bribe these guys, get real. It's not going to do it. Maybe some of the small ones, like my good colleague had mentioned, will be scared away. But the big boys do not care about your 6% sales tax. Oh my goodness, quit embarrassing ourselves. If we want to put guardrails on the development of irresponsible data centers in the Commonwealth, we need to get serious about it. But this bill doesn't do that. I'll be a no. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman on the question. Chair recognizes the gentleman waves off. Before going to the floor leaders to see if they wish to debate, are there any other speakers? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the majority leader. Gentleman, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker. This is not the mob mentality. This is 3 months of thoughtful work, of doing the hard work of legislating, bringing, where appropriate, business, but more importantly, communities, environmentalists, workers, trades, and consumers together. This isn't the first bill addressing data centers that this majority, and yes, this chamber, has brought forward. I just heard the one good gentleman from Delco say this bill doesn't do enough. Well, I must say the Speaker had House Bill 1834 several months ago that set up the regulatory framework for the very things that he thinks is missing from this bill. I've just heard the other gentleman say we need bigger carrots and sticks. I think some of the bills that have been passed over the last 3 months were those very bills. And now that the crescendo of noise is so very high and the concern is so very real, and utility bills are about to spike as the heat of summer comes, and the Senate has made clear that winter will come and heating bills will rise, and they will not answer the call. The Senate has been very clear. The bills, numerous, that passed originally only with the support of one caucus and lately with a few of the others, and now even with the cries of many on the opposing side. They will go to the Senate, and the question will be to those senators who say that they want action, will they stand up to their leadership and say, discharge these bills, stand out of the way, let the will of the people be heard, put guardrails on this industry. We have heard the need for local control and a pause, and I believe Representative Friel brought that forward today, and it has passed. We've heard the need for NDAs so that these world's biggest companies and the oligarchs that run them will have to disclose who they are and what they plan in our communities, and that legislation will come next week. We've heard the need, and GRID answers the call for the environmental safeguards around water, noise, community benefit agreements, clean energy, and air quality. We've heard those that say that those carrots and sticks in GRID are not enough, so tomorrow you'll have the opportunity to vote for a total repeal of the sales tax. Unlike the Senate, my friends, we will offer them multiple options. We can incentivize good behavior, or we can give up on that entirely. But whether it's through the regulatory system offered by House Bill 1834, through the incentivized, through GRID, or through removing all the carrots and sticks, as Representative Vitale proposed, those options are in front of us. The only option that is not available is the one that the Senate has chosen, to do nothing. Yes, bring your own energy. It is required in House Bill 1834. It is part of the GRID plan, and I expect everyone will be voting yes today because they now hear the cries of our community, Democrats and Republicans, left and right, rural, suburban, and urban. And this is a rising tide of populism, a populism that needs to be thoughtful. And I hear my gentleman from Westmoreland County, a thoughtful that says we need a digital ad tax. And we've answered that call as well to make sure that Meta and Facebook and these companies pay their fair share. This populism is a populism of the times we're at and the threat that these industries and these data centers pose to us. We can get that passed. We can help in this year's budget. We can help in next year's budget. And we can help the very communities that are impacted by this industry. And let me say this. I'm one who recognizes that we're going to need balance in this conversation. It cannot be a mob. There is a place for responsible data center development, in my opinion. And we must stand up to the most shrill voices, and they exist on the left and the right. Demagoguery never built anything. Demagoguery is not leadership. Fear will not get us through, but neither will the abdication of the chamber across this building. We must stand up and be heard on this issue at this time before electric bills come in January and February. The time to act is past. The time to vote for 2650 and grid is now. And for those who aren't with us on 1834, welcome to the cause. Please vote yes for House Bill 2650. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 134, the nays 68. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair referred to following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals June 24th, 2026. House Bill 2660, Agricultural Affairs. House Bill 2665 to Commerce. House Bill 2666, Communications and Technology. House Bill 2661, House Bill 2662, House Bill 2670, those three to Education. Senate Bill 469, Game and Fisheries. Senate Bill 730 to Health. House Bill 2663, Housing and Community Development. Senate Bill 1352 to Human Services, Senate Bill 362 to Judiciary, House Bill 2669, Labor and Industry, House Bill 2667, House Bill 2668, both to Local Government, Senate Bill 1183, State Government, and House Bill 2664 to Transportation.
Members, can we have your attention? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cumberland, Representative Kutz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I rise today to wish my beautiful wife, Allie, a very, very happy and wonderful birthday. Thank you.
Members, for the attention of the members and the schedule, before we continue, there will be no further votes. We will be coming into session tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Chair recognizes Representative Warren, Chair of the Committee on Insurance, reports the following bills. House Bill 2226 reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2649 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2652 reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2653 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 1210 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Warren, Chair of the Committee on Insurance, who reports the following bills with a request that they be re-referred. House Bill 1244 to the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1346 to the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1827 to the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2545 to the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1006, House Bill 2014, House Bill 2037, House Bill 2198, House Bill 2512, House Bill 2559, House Bill 2644, Senate Bill 1058. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and placed on the active calendar. House Bill 2229, Senate Bill 604, Senate Bill 779. Chair recognizes Representative Mullins for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting in the Majority Caucus Room at 4:15 p.m. All members of the Appropriations Committee at 4:15, please report to the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentleman, Representative Webster, that the House now adjourn until Thursday, June 25th, 2026, 9:30 a.m., unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the House stands adjourned until Thursday, June 25th, 2026 at 9:30, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.